You are currently the only person in this conference.
I took a pill in Ibiza to show Avicii I was cool. And when I finally got sober, felt 10 years older, but fuck it, it was something to do. I'm living out in LA. I drive a sports car just to prove I'm a real big baller, cause I made $1 million and I spend it on girls and shoes. But you don't wanna be high like me, never really knowing why like me. You don't ever wanna step off that roller coaster and be all alone. And you don't wanna ride the bus like this, never know who to trust like this. You don't wanna be stuck up on that stage singing, stuck up on that stage singing. Oh, I know a sad soul, sad souls, darling. All I know are sad souls, sad souls. Already blew his shot. I get along with old timers cause my name's a reminder of a pop song people forgot. And I can't keep a girl, no, cause as soon as the sun comes up, I cut them all loose and work's my excuse. But the truth is I can't open up. And you don't wanna be high like me, never really knowing why like me. You don't ever wanna step off that roller coaster and be all alone. And you don't wanna ride the bus like this, never know who to trust like this. You don't wanna be stuck up on that stage singing, stuck up on that stage singing. Oh, I know a sad soul, sad soul, darling. All I know are sad souls, sad souls. Sad soul.
work anywhere, has to be responsive, has to behave somewhat well online, provide features that you ideally it would provide as much functionality as possible, but it at least needs to provide a custom offline page. And then also has to be installable, which of course you would expect. It's kind of happens.
Just
one question. Clicker's not really working. Did you have a question?
You mentioned earlier that you rely on GUADEC. Do you have any specific minimum version that you require? You mentioned earlier you are based off of WCAG, or the web is based off of GUADEC. Do you have any minimum version of that you require? Or can we backward this to older versions? Do you have any idea?
So for this project, it's going to be Web 43 that supports these features, as a flat pack or not.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the answer. And yeah, it's the clicker is just clicking. So as I said before, yeah, a lot of platforms these days support progressive web apps. Web supports web apps, but technically, you could argue it doesn't support progressive web apps because it doesn't have web app manifest support, at least yet. The web app manifest is like the piece of metadata in an HTML document that tells you the things you need to know to make it behave like a progressive web app. Can it run without browser controls? Can it be even things like parental control stuff that you would expect for like an app that bulk and icon course, all those things can be in the web app manifest. Yeah, Firefox has support on mobile, not really official support on desktop. iOS has support for web apps, but not for macOS. And Windows supports web apps as well. So it's pretty broadly adopted by the tech industry. I think we kind of skipped over the slide of the. So why would we not want better PWA support? So obviously we want to support our native applications, and we have a lot of high-quality native applications for minimum, but we can augment those and provide more apps for users, give them more options by having PWA support. Also, maybe we're remembering that some software vendors are just not going to care about this desktop, and it's just too small of a market for them. So they can get support for it for free with no extra work is possible with web apps. Then that should be a huge win for the Linux desktop for now. And then it could also be a way to help on the web, since we're using that as the browser runtime piece so far. We might be able to push for better support of web apps in the web, and get more people to use it through this. And then also it's better, as you might have noticed today, a lot of apps are packaged using Electron, so that they kind of seem like desktop apps. But there's a number of reasons that you might prefer to use a real web app instead of an Electron web app. I believe there would be less duplication of the libraries of memory, for example. It should be a lot more lightweight than Electron apps. And then also, as you probably know, there are mobile phones running GNOME these days. And folks over at Purism have expressed that progressive web app support would be useful for them, so that's another good use case. So this particular project was funded by the GNOME Foundation to do over the winter, about 4 months, had this as the project scope. Essentially support web app installation in GNOME Web as a flat pack, whereas before the project it was only supported when GNOME Web was not a flat pack. And the main thing that involved was creating a new portal. Just in case anyone doesn't know, portals are like ways for sandbox applications to access those resources. Also, GNOME software, the Software Center needed to have web app support re-added since it was dropped a few years ago as it was pretty buggy. And this time, in the re-implementation of it, it was using a D-bus interface and talking to GNOME Web, which seems like a more cleaner, robust, maintainable way to do it than the way it was done before. You just have to create desktop files that seem like they came from GNOME Web. And then also another aspect of the project is including web apps with software, at least if the distribution decides to do that at compile time, because that's a good way to help users discover web apps. And if you don't, maybe you don't even know that they're web apps, maybe you just see that your software center suddenly has like hundreds more applications in it, and that seems like a good thing. So, yeah, as I was saying, GNOME Web didn't support web apps when not running with Flatpak, or when not running with Flatpak. And the reason for that was there was no portal for installing desktop files, which are like the launchers on your desktop. And, so there's a link here to a YouTube video where the files app was instructing people to basically just poke a sandbox hole in order to make models work. Or make it able to install apps to your application manager, which is not great. And there's a similar situation with Chromium where you have to poke a sandbox hole in order to get it to actually be able to install web apps, which is not great. That's we want, we want the sandbox features of Flatpak to actually be enforced, not just be an idea. So this way, to get into the new portal a little bit technically, talk about what it does. Like I said, it allows you to install the launcher to the user's application menu. Some people have also suggested that it should allow installation to the desktop, not just the shell's application menu. But that's not a feature currently. And then there's also a dialog that you have to click through to actually do that, because one of the security features of portals is that the user actually gives consent, and the app doesn't get to just do whatever it wants without user consent. And then there's a little bit of extra complexity because we want to have a way to bypass the portal in case that the user is installing the app through GNOME software rather than through GNOME Web. Because you're already clicking an install button in software, you don't need to hit another install button in another dialog. So we want to allow a way to bypass that. And then there's other things you might expect, like being able to uninstall the app, being able to get information about it, about the ones that you installed, and also being able to launch the app. Because those things are all needed for GNOME Web to have its current feature set. Yeah, as I said before, this is a portal that's useful not just in the case of GNOME Web or other browsers, but other things as well, like files or perhaps Steam or other apps like that. And it's worth mentioning that portals are not just for sandbox apps, they're also for host apps, which is great because we can use one interface in both cases. It simplifies things quite a bit. So in order to make that possible, one of the things I had to do as part of this project was to get, being able to get the application ID for unsandboxed apps, or just sandboxed apps. Times I published the libsystemd, and looking at the C group name. And it works as long as you follow this systemd standard for desktop environments. So it works on at least GNOME KDE, probably others as well, but I have tested them. So yeah, this portal method should work whether your app is sandbox or not. And then, like as I said before, there's a way to bypass the user consent dialog, but only if your application ID is on a certain allows. So currently we have this, basically the portal side of it has already been released. And it's out in the wild with the GTK3 backend and the GTK4 backend and the KDE backend have all been released. Then the GNOME Web side of it and the GNOME software side of it are going to be in GNOME 43 when that comes out. And you can also use GNOME OS manually to try to set up. It all should work in GNOME OS. Well, it's some help from Will Thompson and others. Go to the next slide. Quicker doesn't work. Here's demo video. It's from a few months ago, but it's still pretty accurate now. You can see that the good windows are on the left. You can see that it's installed by it wasn't changed anything else. In this case, the flat is worse to install. And you can see the icon here in the menu. And you can run as that. But yeah, you can go also have an application. Here's the software side. You can see here install. There's another section. Well, in this demo, it's a separate section on web as opposed to webhouse. And then you can also, do everything except launch them or delete them. You have three idea with screenshots, that should all work. At least for really building software. Okay, so now it's moving again. It's time to move on. So here's an idea for ways that you can help things that need work. The list of web apps being built into software. The way that that's the way that it's getting though. So want to contribute to that. So then I'm playing here. Some other ideas that were should be done if there's any resource support. Chromium could be moved to use the world. That means you have to put the same level of and there's already a reason to believe that this would be able to be upstream in Chromium. They already use XTG as a world in Chromium for other things. We could also use Chromium as another backend. There's reasons to consider doing that, reasons to not consider doing that. And yeah, we could also make the apps display is all metadata, which could be gathered from a web manifest and then sent to software. Give us this stuff being pretty difficult. Think of all that screenshots, but it's currently this type of photos that data screenshots. It's one of the ones that reload. And also, there's a project PWA builder, which would start by Microsoft and all the other, or at least most of the big tech companies that contribute to it. So it's a way to push your PWA to the Microsoft Store, to the Play Store, to iOS, and to NetOS. So if we were to add another source to push apps into, PWA over that would get us small web apps. I don't know how many they are, I'm sure it's the medium we have currently. But it could be a very interesting project. And then we've also, Microsoft has participated in some discussions with Bill Thompson about supporting it as a number of times for databases. I guess it's already some nice. Currently based on the useful project. And here's some thanks for certainly the Community Foundation for funding work in this. But with all did a lot of work to review the changes in the software. And Zara did a lot of work to review the web changes and George's reference. A lot of work reviewing the new work. And some Alan and T.S. will participated in a lot of discussions. I think everything over at the end of fitness, we go back a lot of this power. Yeah, we did talk about this one. So there's a lot of just talking about what's in the curriculum portal, which by the way, there's lots of other portals that we should have, should be created. Basically, anyone that's worked on that. But yeah, we want to understand what the different use cases for the new world are. To try to make sure that you satisfy. We want to look into it. UI, the LHD, because usually portals that UI, I think there are places to do. In this case, we just use the dialogue that was already existing. And there were a lot of technical exceptions for this. We will have to handle when the app is the browser can be removed, rename, what should happen in the launch phase. How to handle the interested in whether it is the name and the icon within the same across the security boundaries that we created from this person is validation and maybe goes to validation. And supporting the sandbox plus a significant piece of work and I mentioned earlier, being applied is a good amount of work as well. So for the back end, did the implemented version GA3 to GA4, and then KDP implemented it in their back end. Or exactly also, the portals are C client libraries, so you don't have to manually call each dbus method. Let's you just use an ICC API to do this. So we have the part that we do that. There's also an analysis library if you're using Rust C. Now it's called Ash, and you can still call as for that for the new portal of that library as well. And then there's another slide that we'll kind of miss, but it's just how web installation works with different platforms. That's everything else. Questions? I guess
you should get web apps.
Yeah.
Do we expect component web to push to I guess, or do we expect like for us to get the factors to find the best like to sort of do this packaging?
You say components of web apps?
Yeah, do we expect doing the web apps for that row or we do that number?
You know, there hasn't been, I guess, a lot where there's going to be a realistic outside of like the context. So at this point, I wouldn't really expect application writer to know about it. I guess at this point, it's more votes that will be hopefully pushing for that list and web apps to. Yeah.
But that would be what we use for volunteer code.
Yeah. Or like I said, there's a PA available as well. No way to do it. That's all the questions. Thanks for your time. Yes. Which minus probably a simple without it's like checking the box. There are other words. So like the additional word. Source against. Well, the hybrid fits in Los Angeles. Los Angeles last year.
Redemption, keep my covers clean tonight. Maybe we can start again. Only the young can break away, lost when the wind blows on your own. Only the young can break away, lost when the wind blows on your own. And the sun will shine again. And the sun will shine again. Are you looking for the sign? Or are you caught up in the line? Only the young can break away, lost when the wind blows on your own. Only the young can break away, lost when the wind blows on your own. Only the young can, lost when the wind blows. Only the young can, lost when the wind blows. My lover's got humor. She's the giggle at a funeral. Knows everybody's disapproval. I should've worshipped her sooner. If the heavens ever did speak, she's the last true mouthpiece. Every Sunday's getting more bleak, a fresh poison each week. We were born sick, you heard them say it. My church offers no absolutes. She tells me worship in the bedroom. The only heaven I'll be sent to is when I'm alone with you. I was born sick, but I love it. Command me to be well. Amen. 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 Take me to church, I worship like a dog at the shrine of your light. I'll tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. Offer me that deathless death, the good God.
Good, yeah. I might.
Life is a drink and love's a drug. Oh, now I think I must be miles up. When I was a river dried up, it came to rain and flood. But said, drink from me when I was so thirsty. Put on a symphony. No, I just can't get enough. Put your wings on me when I was so heavy. Pour on a symphony. When I'm got me feeling drunk and high, so high, so high. I'm feeling drunk and high, so high, so high. Angel sent from up above. I feel it coursing through my blood. Life is a drink, your love's about to make the stars come out.
Wings on me when I was so heavy, or on a symphony. When I'm got me feeling drunk and high, so high, so high. I'm feeling drunk and high, so high, so
Okay, good morning, everyone. Not to this is the presenter of this talk, but I think his colleague's question, which is going to be about HDR, you know. And to put a minute talk, if you have any questions during the talk, I'm watching the room on Big Blue Button, so I can forward those questions on either during the talk or I can interject. So just speak up there, have anything you'd like to say. Otherwise than that, over to Sebastian.
So hey everyone, so I don't know about basically what this is about, Yes. How we want, what we want to do. We have a channel in the brain, and again, there's like a perception that we have, and that's what we can for color. So, if you want to number all of them, because let's just figure out what like the cells of and then the spectrum of the light is coming in, but we didn't know how to do that before, so we did some tests. So we know some things like years ago, we did some tests to figure out how humans perceive color by letting them interpret from light sources, and they basically came up with some kind of function over the spectrum, which shows, which basically shows how we perceive color, given that we have a spectrum coming into the light. And of course, that means that if we have light spectrum and we multiply it with like one of the functions, and we start single value, and this single value will then, for each of the cells, we will have a single value, and this value is basically a point in the dimensional space. For example, this is a lot of what we actually can see of all the colors that are perceivable by us if we actually have the numbers for this thing is called a color space, and for this I think like the space we work in the elements for color space. Right. You will not always image like this before, and have like a two-dimensional section of this, and if you have some space sheets for those layers, you might have come across something like this. It's basically this is volume, but modified in a way that the brightness of the matter. It's still a two-dimensional space. It's just that we projecting it down, and now we have like all the colors you can see, except the light is not accounted for. So with this representation, I mean, this shape here is again something, another representation of this the volume that you all can see. And essentially, if we have devices, they almost all come with three different that's probably not knowledge that they do things. But what of it, what things are how they and actually stay with that thing because there are and right, so for example, your normal business says, anything you want to approximate in this space, and they have to do requirements, and you can basically interact with you. It's the capabilities that this they have, where the whole cross shape taking along with what the connection is. It's not actually a huge part of it. A huge part of what we can see, but there's a benefit to having a partial and your you can also see that there are other kinds of data. That's for example, not only actually which our drivers, but essentially one theory is that the business players can have capabilities. You can plot them on a graph like this. You might have wondered, this is HDR. You have like devices which have color scales and the answer to this no HDR. It's what we basically call like those graph. Finally, there is a called and the interesting part of it is that maybe it's not a this is really not nothing. It's not a Google HDR, it's not power, just a power. But marketing really likes to contemplate for HDR. It really is nice to have you may look at some HDR. So before I show you like this color, then I basically said you can throw away all the private information to get to the dimensional. But if you actually want to talk about HDR, we kind of have to stay three-dimensional here. Right. So this looks a bit different than the color volume here because it's triangle here, but in the three-dimensional way. So this is also very tricky because if we have they often are normalized. So we still have to take one and basically be trying down here, but we also have to like but it is normalized to 100, which sometimes also normalized to the 1. But any devices are normalized, they actually blackness. And they, even if they try to show black, you might have noticed for a time that if you have an display, you display a picture in a dark room, and then you see all of you still see that in this light there is it's not pitch black. So what this HDR concept is about is this ratio of the black lagoon and the white lagoon. The lowest light that the display can emit and the most light the display can emit at the same time. Right, so you basically have a color volume which is not normalized, and HDR, the color volume is not just very broad, the white also. So the concept of dynamic range is basically just about the brightness of the display. But there is no good answer to that. If you are in a light environment, if there's a lot of light shining on the display, then yes, it might be better to have the shape is brighter. But for this effect of the dynamic range, you want to be able to see an indication more accurately present that you can't really just the brightness, the maximum brightness of the display. You also have to consider the brightness of the display. So usually it's about the ratio of the vector to the white that is important. Right. So another point here is that if you look at this display, you might notice that some say, for example, some balance, they tell you about how bright it gets, but it's important to notice that our perception is actually algorithmic, going from 400 to 500 is not much. It isn't as good as going from 100 to 200. Right, so get kind of clear what the is about and what white color is about. Because actually this today, if you want to compare the you kind of have to look at the and the minimum luminance state, so luminance is just not more. The maximum luminance, right. So there is a standard from this page which kind of helps to make sure that the data of this page, which properties of HDR. And they do this requirements that you have to fulfill to be certified for this page. And they also make sure, for example, that the rights developers are technically expected and that they support. Just as that, the ratio of the important here. And there's basically two different display technologies which kind of the one is the LCD stuff, which usually gets pretty bright, but it's not a low lecture, so they get pretty bright. If you try to show black, they often do because there's a backlight and you're trying to figure out like different. But there are other technologies which really help create stuff. They are helping which means that there's no backlight, they are ability like each and every pixel. And that has an advantage because it means that you can instead of filter and light and fade to block all of the light, you can just open the light. And so they achieve much better background. And that's why, for example, this page next time you can see the backgrounds here are much better than the ones of the standard. And what I talked about was that needs to be backlighting. You can also see that the display thing, which is they basically achieve HDR by dividing up their backlight episodes and then trying to figure out how much they can in a specific zone to achieve a better background. This has disadvantages because if there's something right in the top of the display, the tone will become brighter. So this technology doesn't have any of those problems. And this channel considers effective when it comes to variation because it doesn't suffer from exposed twitches. They have one disadvantage in that they generally don't get this right because they're editing counterparts, which means that they might be able to use them in those situations because there might be too much environmental light. And that's basically why I think this place was still being wrong and still before HDR. Right, so let's get back more to talking about the we want to enable HDR for normal. So when HDR display, it usually, I mean, I don't know how many of you might know HDR display, but they don't actually show any. They don't behave differently from other displays. But if you connect them to node right now, they will look like any other display. And that's because they have exactly know that you have to enable to get all the capabilities that the display actually has. It actually really makes sense because if you set a signal which is for a normal display, the opposite is a standard dynamic range display, which is basically equals to John HDR. Then we run into the issue that the signal is interpreted as being an HDR signal, but it's actually not. Which means if you send a signal that's saying this color is white, and you show it on the display, this color which is basically white, but when you send the thing on HDR, which is actually in HDR mode, this white will be so bright that it's actually blue. So if you want to display, for example, white web page, and show the brightness that may show they can show it will be drawn out and won't show it looking at it. So it makes sense that there is a special right. The same for colors. If there's a white color, you can say red colors to show on the web page, you expect them to show up in a certain way. Now they are much more red than they would have been if they were displayed on this from the normal, not white color display. So the special model is basically a combination of having a display that the transfer function is the big one, and that the big one. And in most cases, the available in this space or PQ or otherwise perception. So if we manage to get this way into this HTML, we are telling that it should expect that the same function which is called with this specific transfer function and with this specific column space. Now, the transfer function of the index and just here, but some of you might have heard not basically say it is mostly used to break the problem into I'm not the other thing that we are using is we are the color space, which actually is much bigger than the display can display. So what we are having there is encoding for display objects of the display color and it basically makes sure that the people that is will display correctly, even though the system is bigger than the capabilities of the actual display. Right, so one thing, for example, you'll have to change the information because it's all color. A lot of our statements is used in RGB, so that you maybe not each one statement. And yeah, actually, all of them is the expectation we have in a lot of components about the actually the next possible. Right, so the reason why we have to change this encoding is a very simple one, and that if you use anything with a pretty and one color, the problem like this, it's both blending, and it's basically just that we don't have enough to describe enough levels. And this effect really is desirable. Right. So that's interesting thing on our section. We are really good at determining dark colors. So with a dark color and it's slightly less dark, actually, we will be pretty good at distinguishing them. But if it's a bright color and just a bit more bright color, you won't notice it. And that's what well, so this will be the bit that will be actually so that they don't represent the brightness, but more accurately our perception. So the gamma function that we might be used to, and the transfer of the Q function basically offering the same thing, and it's using this to represent the price. Actually, well, it's pretty noticeable because we say you can go to go to this, but when we change how we use this, you can actually make it so that this everything always remember. So for HDR, we have to basically use more with the transfer function which works for a bigger byte range, but that's where we have it. But the problem remains we need a bit and be able to but there is a drawback to those principal functions and the gamma functions. And that you can't actually operate with them. We try to do it, there's really a lot of interesting things. So what has to happen is if you want to operate on a computer, you have to be aware that there's functions applied before we store them somewhere. And then if we want to store them again, we have to give them the function. So in this example, you can hopefully see that one basically you interpolate colors and you are not aware of the transfer function. You get another as well. Like here you can basically see some wrong colors you don't want to have. It is basically for every kind of gradient. If you, for example, try to blend colors and you are not aware of any transfer functions that would actually around transparent the blending contours. And one thing which is probably really important is that also I love that is basically what we use to implement client-side declarations. So all of that is basic. Currently it's kind of broken, but we didn't really notice the effect can be either it's not so strong that you care about it or you can work around the effect by just changing how you want to basically how you design. We have, for example, the shadow effect of windows, the window border, and if you design them right, you might be able to work on the issue, but in general, this is kind of what to do. With HDR, the problem again is that we use our transfer function, and all of those problems become actually visible. So they basically have to be worked out. They can't continue to ignore some. Basically, they can't ignore transfer functions anymore. Right. So the other problem of my color encoding is we didn't really have any kind of metadata on it. We just assumed that it was something that was in let's see, in most cases, we just assume that it's somewhere and then we have to just copy the stuff around and in the end not want to display it so good. But if you don't have the metadata, some kind of image is actually
a white color gamut image or an HDR image, it will be shown incorrectly. So we need the metadata for that. The metadata is all kind of stuff like I said, the dynamic range, the color space, the transfer function in the color space, and a few other things that might become interesting later on. Next slide. So really, in GNOME, I think we can all agree that like displays will advance. They will be able to show more colors. They will be able to show colors more brightly. So I think we all kind of want those displays to just work in GNOME. And with just work, I mean we probably want to be able to show content which is HDR, and we want to be able to generate content which is HDR, maybe even in GTK. That's probably something we want to support. And probably very important in all of this is that we don't break existing applications which are not aware that HDR is a thing. So really, why is this not something we can just do today and then it's all good? That's probably a question a lot of people have had, but the answer to that is pretty simple. The problem is that it's a whole stack issue. It's the displays maybe not being great. It's that the kernel support has to be ironed out. We have to work on the compositor to be able to handle those HDR modes, to be able to map the content of different surfaces. So if you have an SDR image, so a normal image, and an HDR image, that they show up correctly on an HDR monitor or an SDR monitor. There's a lot of problems that we have to solve in the compositor for it. But even if we have compositor support, it doesn't really help, then we don't have any applications which can make use of it. So at some point, we will need support for HDR and white color gamut stuff in GTK. And obviously, apps have to also do their part to support it. If you want to be able to play, for example, an HDR video, that's something that has to be worked on in one app. But the good news is that we are working on it, and it's getting somewhere. So there's the kernel support basically has been ironed out here. Right. So let's see. We are able to enter this HDR mode that works pretty good. But there's also bigger projects that will be in the kernel, but it's for the future sometime. There's a lot of stuff we will have to do in the compositor that we might want to be able to offload to the GPU scanout units at some point. In GNOME Shell, like I said, we can enter HDR mode. There is patches for resetting basically all the color properties so that we get the expected colors on the display. But it doesn't really help for HDR right now. It doesn't give us something that you will be able to look at and say, oh, okay, that's HDR and it looks great. That's not there yet. Right, so for you might ask yourself, like, what do I want to, how can I use HDR in the future? Maybe even with applications I'm writing. And the answer is, yeah, sure, you probably can do something to write applications which make use of HDR. But if you're not interested, the good news is that you don't have to care. Stuff will probably still work. We are trying really hard to make sure that everything will work if you ignore it. Yeah. But if you are interested in HDR support and you want to be able to, for example, show colors, show images or videos which are HDR, then yeah. And you want to basically get them into the system, you have to be able to understand your color metadata and be able to tell either the compositor directly or, for example, GTK in the future about what kind of image it is, what color space it is, the transfer functions and all of that. So I really hope that we will make it possible to for application developers to easily integrate HDR content in the future. In GTK, for example, I hope that we can leverage most of the CSS Color 4 specification, which is basically an extension for CSS, which allows you to specify colors in different color spaces. So, for example, you can say that you want the color space that's usually used for HDR if you want some really popping colors in your user interface, Or for example, that if you draw a gradient somewhere, that it is interpolated not in like sRGB with a transfer function that kind of ruins the interpolation, but in a perceptually uniform color space, which then helps with making sure that the colors are actually interpolated in a way that looks reasonable for us. Right. That's all I have for today. I hope that next GUADEC I will actually be able to show like a real application running on HDR and right. So this isn't just me doing the work. There's a few people actually working on this, and if you're interested in it and if you have any kind of questions, I'm always happy being able to talk about it. And yeah. Thanks.
So does anybody have any questions that they would like to ask?
I guess just wondering about the graph that you showed about how humans perceive color. It seemed like there were 2 spikes for red. I wonder if you know why there are two spikes for red.
Which one exactly?
I think it was the first graph that you showed, like in the whole presentation. Yeah, that's the one.
That's just a weird effect of the. I think that was. I mean, this isn't the. This is a color matching function, which specifically means it's not the function of the. So the cells in your eye are actually sensible only to one spike, basically. But what we have here isn't like the sensitivity of the individual cells, but an experiment where you try to adjust the strength of some lights to match another light. And what kind of happened there is that you can't always get a match by just increasing the one light. There is also, you also had to decrease one light. And in the end, it's kind of a side effect of the experiment. It doesn't really mean anything because it doesn't describe like the sensitivity of your cone cells. So this is just a mathematical construct of trying to get numbers out of our perception. It doesn't have much meaning.
Yeah, so let's say that I have everything, set up right for HDR. I have, a video in HDR, a display, whatnot. So what's going to be needed in order to have a display, as intended, right? I'm talking about, do I need to calibrate the display in a certain way? Because, I mean, is going to, the light, maybe the light that I have in my room, right, is going to affect my experience in what I see in HDR or not?
So basically, we should be able to enter HDR mode automatically, and there is nothing you should have to do to get into this mode. It should just be a button you click in the settings menu somewhere, and then everything should work. Being able to calibrate, for example, a display is something that's kind of important for a lot of applications which care about color accuracy. And we kind of have to change how the compositor works in the sense that before, so right now, the way the color managed applications work is they color manage everything themselves for a specific display and then expect that the compositor just passes it through to the display. And we kind of have to do away with that model and have the compositor being there, being able to change what color space something actually is. So the whole issue of calibrating and profiling displays kind of has to change in how we do it with this new mode. I think the second part of the question, I'm not. Can you try to repeat it?
Oh yeah, sure. Maybe I mean, if let's say if I don't know, maybe editing some image, right? Is the light in my room is going to affect how do I see HDR?
Yes. So in general, your viewing environment is always a factor in how you perceive anything. It's actually kind of a big issue because the OLED displays, for example, if you have them in a really bright room, you won't be able to notice that they are HDR. It just doesn't work. There is, for example, light reflecting from the display itself. And if that's more light reflecting from the display than the light that the display itself is emitting, then the dynamic range is, the effective available dynamic range drops down. For example, if you have like a laptop in direct sunlight, you don't see anything. And that's the effect of having missing dynamic range. So yeah, the whole viewing environment thing is kind of a big deal, and we basically have to have a brightness slider somehow in our in the shell, which lets you define where the white point is in this HDR mode, so that you can basically select your brightness level as part of so you can basically select the brightness level, and then essentially we don't want to use the HDR mode in a way that, for example, Windows is using it. I think it has changed, but we need to have some kind of definition where white is, because if you say white is really dark and you're in a bright environment, then it doesn't make sense, because, like you said, you can't see anything anymore.
Thank you.
Okay, we do actually have a couple of questions from the shared notes, which are kind of being answered in the chat at this moment.
Okay.
But I think you covered some of the conversations about a brightness slider, like a global brightness slider. There was also a question about whether there's a standard technology to work with brightness sensors, so to determine the ambient light level.
I'm not entirely sure how the whole sensor side of things looks. I'm not aware of any standard which kind of gives you just a single value that you could use. I suspect that it will be kind of a mix between actual light sensors and maybe cameras, and yeah, it would be nice if we could use sensor information to get information about the viewing environment, but it's kind of in the beginning like a control should be able to I mean, we will probably always need a control to set the brightness level instead of relying on sensors, because they often are wrong. But it would be nice to have, but it isn't really important right now. There's bigger issues currently.
There was another longer question which we might not have time to answer, I guess. And it was asking that obviously for HDR content, if you're displaying mixed content on the same screen or even the same app, you may have an HDR video in a video player, and you don't necessarily want the Play UI to be mapped to the same color space. And apparently MacOS kind of handles this in a certain way. And the question was how we would handle that.
Right, so that's kind of, I've alluded to this. We kind of have to change how the compositor handles any kind of surface. Right now, we just say that we don't say anything about what the surface actually contains, and that's an issue. We just put them on the screen that they happen to be shown on. And what we have to do is we have to be able to color, basically gamut map and tone map each and every surface for the specific display they're on. that also means that there will be performance issues in some cases, and that it would be best for clients to be able to choose certain color spaces, for example, the output color space and the output dynamic range beforehand, so that we don't have to do it in the compositor. But the main point here is that the model has to change. That's true. From just putting any surface on any display to being aware of what the surfaces are and then tone and gamut mapping them correctly. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's probably everything we have time for, because we're eating into the break now. So you've got at least 10 minutes to go grab coffee, whatever you need to do. And thank you very much, Sebastian.
Thanks.
Angel sent from up above. You know you make my world light up. When I was down, when I was hurt, you came to lift me up. Life is a drink and love's a drug. Oh, now I think I must be miles up. angel sent from up above. I feel you coursing through my blood. Life is a drink, your love's about to make the stars come out. Put your wings on me when I was so heavy, or on a symphony. When I'm low, 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 got me feeling drunk and high, so high, so high. I'm feeling drunk and high, so high, so
can only say that I wish I hope I'll join the in-person GUADEC next year. All right. So today I'll be talking about what's new with JavaScript in GNOME. I've given very similar talks at previous GUADECs, so this is just the latest 2022 episode. So if you've been here before, you will probably know what to expect. And just like every year, this talk is primarily aimed at people who write code for the GNOME platform in the JavaScript programming language, whether that is GNOME shell, apps, shell extensions, or even command line scripts. So GNOME has its own JavaScript engine for all of these purposes, and that's called GJS. And GJS is an extended version of the JavaScript engine from the Firefox browser. Actually, I just realized I can also turn my camera on so that you can see my face. So I'll take a moment to do that as well. So I hope you can still see the presentation, but it seems like yes. All right. So, so the difference from last year is that I asked for a shorter presentation slot. In past years, I talked a whole lot about the what's new and what's next sections, about the various ways to modernize your code. But nowadays, we're running a pretty modern JavaScript in GNOME already with no backlog of things to modernize. So while I'll give a tour of what's new and what's next, I'll speed through that part of the presentation pretty quickly. I won't leave it out altogether because lots of people contributed lots of cool things, and that deserves recognition from the community. But we do have a lot more visibility of these improvements these days. We have better documentation, a more active community of GJS developers, and we have initiatives like This Week in GNOME. So unlike in the past, a yearly GUADEC talk is no longer the only channel where people find out about these things. So after the what's new and what's next section, the rest of the presentation will be about what we need help with. I'll suggest some things that you might be interested in working on. And just like every year, I'll talk about the big hammer bug and what help we need to finally squash it. There are also projects at every other level that you can get involved with. And just for your information, the slide deck is also meant to be a resource that you can consult later. There are plenty of links in it. You can go and click through the links. The slides are already available on my web space. So if you want to click on the links now, you can already go there and follow along with the presentation. It's tomato.name/talk/GUADEC 2022. All right, part one, what's new for GNOME 42 and the soon to be released GNOME 43. And by the way, I'll use these little circled 42 and 43 icons to show things that you can expect to see in those releases. And if you see a hat emoji, that's me tipping my hat to the person who contributed it. So the first thing I want to talk about is bigints. In GNOME 42, Marco gave us the ability to pass bigints to functions, which in C would take a 64-bit integer. That wasn't possible before. You used to have to use JavaScript numbers, which are floating point, so they can't cover the whole range of 64-bit integers, which was not often a problem, but occasionally it was. We've had bigints for quite a while in GJS, but until now they didn't integrate with the GNOME platform libraries. So this is just for function parameters. How to deal with functions that return 64-bit integers, we're not really sure yet. These functions have always returned JavaScript numbers before bigint existed, so it would break people's code to have them start returning bigints now. So we have some ideas on the thread that I've linked in the slides. So if your code would use this feature, I'm interested in hearing from you. What would break and what would be convenient? All right, also in GNOME 42, we got a stunning 3-person collaboration to write a new system for scheduling promise resolution. This is for when you're writing asynchronous code and you're using JavaScript promises to write them in an idiomatic way. It used to be that promises resolving could get blocked if there was too much going on in the main loop. But Evan wrote a G-source that fixes this problem and resolves the promises exactly as they're supposed to. Marco added some interesting features to it, and Philip did the code review so that I didn't have to suddenly become a G-source expert. And one thing that I like about this collaboration that it was really a success story of how GUADEC helps to connect people. I presented this task in my talk one year as something that somebody might be interested in help with, and at that GUADEC, which I think was 2019, Philip volunteered to do the code review already then, and so that just goes to show every little bit helps. All right, another GNOME 42 hit from Evan was to implement a global set timeout and set interval function, just like in the browser, but these integrate with the glib main loop, so you can see the code on the top and the code on the bottom here, they're equivalent. So this is a familiarity boost for newcomers who might be familiar with web development and are coming to GNOME development. Now next we have a contribution from former Outreachy intern Nasa. She returns with an implementation of a long-standing issue. The output in the interactive console interpreter used to be not great for objects. It would print a totally useless message, object, and you'd have, if you wanted to see what the object actually was, you'd have to resort to workarounds such as calling object.entries on it or json.stringify. This is no longer the case, and now when you are using the interactive interpreter, you get a usefully pretty printed object. And you also get this nice output in log and log error, which are often used for debugging. You don't get it in the print function because that's often used for user visible output, so that needed to stay the same. And we are soon going to integrate this with the debugger and possibly with console.log as well. All right. Also, now in the upcoming cycle, we get from Sergio a convenience for using dbus methods asynchronously when you generate a dbus proxy class. So it used to be that you had to use a callback, and additionally, the method was kind of weirdly named remote. So the remote method still exists, your code won't break, but now there's also a method named async that you can call, and it returns a promise, so you can write your asynchronous code in a more modern style with await. All right, and then the JavaScript engine upgrades. I almost always have a section on what JavaScript language features are new when we upgrade the version of the underlying JavaScript engine to one from a newer Firefox. This year we upgraded to Firefox 91 in GNOME 42, and we're planning to upgrade to Firefox 102 in GNOME 43. So this section used to take up the bulk of my presentations, but more recently this has been somewhat less interesting since Firefox no longer has a backlog of already specified language features to implement. They're pretty much caught up in implementing things that get specified as they come. So we get less new stuff per Firefox cycle, and the new language features we get are still pretty new and not that widely used yet. Also, Firefox used to have lots of non-standard extensions in its JavaScript, but those are all gone now, at least I think. So in this section of the presentation, I used to have to warn people about all sorts of code that wouldn't work anymore after the upgrade. But luckily, this time around, there are no backwards incompatibilities that you have to remove from your code that we know of. And why 2 upgrades in 1 year? That's because Firefox's release cycle for long-term support versions is now a bit less than a year. So the point in the GNOME release cycle when we can upgrade keeps changing. The 2 cycles don't sync. And it just happened to fit 2 upgrades in 1 year this time. So here's the first half of what we get. We get the at method of arrays and strings, so we can finally easily get the last element with at -1. We get the logical assignment operators, which are really useful for dealing with objects used as options bags for configuration. We get export star from, which is useful if you're using modules and you want to aggregate several files into one export. We get the D flag for regular expressions. You can use this if you want to find exactly where in a string each match group occurred. And we get static blocks. These are part of classes. They can be useful for things that you might otherwise do in a class init method. And then there's more. It wouldn't fit on one slide. So error cause is useful if you want to rethrow an error, but you tack another error on top of it. And we have integration in the console for printing this and in log error. weakref is a fairly new kind of power user feature. It may be useful for breaking reference cycles, although I haven't really tried it out yet with some of the things that we occasionally have pitfalls for in GJS. Promise.any is handy when you have several async operations and you want to wait for one of them to succeed, but you don't care which one. For example, if you are asynchronously contacting several servers to do the same operation. Top level await gives you a bit cleaner code when you're importing modules, although you have to be careful to use it in a way that doesn't impact your startup time. Object.hasOwn is just a nice shorthand, so you don't have to do object.prototype.hasOwnProperty.call, which is long and unreadable. And then there's a lot of new stuff in internationalization in both releases that I think apps and GNOME Shell would benefit from, but I don't know if a lot of people realize that it exists. So I don't have enough time in this talk to go into all of it, but maybe I'll submit a talk next year on just that topic specifically, especially if we get temporal, which will be very interesting for a lot of apps in GNOME Shell. And then the last and probably most visible thing that we get is private class members. So we always used underscore to indicate private by convention. But now we have private members. If you have a JavaScript class, you can now have truly encapsulated fields that cannot be accessed outside the class. And at first this didn't work with GObject classes, but now it does thanks to Evan. So this brought in some other improvements to classes as well, which I'll show you in the next slide. So while Evan was fixing GObject classes to work with class fields, he also fixed the long-standing annoyance. Now you don't have to use underscore init as the constructor anymore in GObject classes. You can write a constructor function just like normal classes. And so there's not this confusing difference between regular JavaScript classes and GObject classes. So your GObject class can now look like this with a private menu or private member, a constructor, etc. All right. So that was the fast speed through all of the cool new stuff that we got that's programmer facing. Now we come to the second part of the presentation. If you want more exciting stuff to happen, here's how we could use your help. Right, so I'm going to talk a bit about documentation showing best practices for JavaScript programming. So if you're a first-time app or shell extension writer, like a lot of first-time writers often copy code in order to get started quickly, have a framework to build upon, or just figure out how to do something that somebody else has already done. So this is a perfectly normal thing to do. Everybody does it, and it's part of what free software is all about. You get the freedom to study software. So we should have lots of readily available examples for people to learn from that have good code and that use good practices. So for one thing, if you have started using GJS and you find something that's confusing or you think it's a bad example, come talk to us in our Matrix channel. The link is here in the slides. It's JavaScript on the gnome.org server. And the thing that you're asking about, it may be a mistake or a bug in the documentation or in GJS, or it may be something that you've misunderstood, or it may be outdated information, but usually at least there's a good answer to the question, where would have been a good place for you to find this information, and answering that question will help move things forward for the next person who has the same question. So, we also like to encourage people to, after they get the answer to the question, make a merge request out of that information that would have helped you, and that'll help the next person, and then the maintainers don't have to remember to do it either. So that's a good way to contribute. I do also want to say, compared to a few years ago, the situation with best practices documentation has really improved. And I talked last year about the Extensions Rebooted initiative, but that initiative is, like, as it has developed, it's really breathed new life into the GJS community, and I think we all owe them a big debt of thanks. So thank you. We have lots of resources now where we used to have basically none. So I'll talk about these resources in the next slide. Oh, I had forgotten to advance the last slide. So here's a quick view of the slide that I just talked about. All right, now on to the next slide. So this is the material that we have. We have several example apps and a couple of websites. GTK.js app is a bit older, but it was updated not too long ago, and it's still a decent example of a GTK3 app, although it still uses old-style imports. Bloatpad is from my talk last year at Linux Application Summit, and I just recently updated it for GNOME 42. We also have a brand new example app from Romain in the GTK4 plus GJS book, and GJS Guide is a website. It's a collection. It's really active these days with many guides being written. So I used to think it was important that we should consolidate all of this material into one place. But I've kind of learned since then that it makes more sense to let people make whatever they're enthusiastic to make and just make sure that there are plenty of links so that you can find all the information. And just make sure also that if something is old and contains out-of-date advice, it gets a banner or something or is removed from the web. So in the case of the GNOME platform demos, these have already been removed from the web. I always thought these were great stuff, but they do need updating. The best practices have changed in the meantime. So a good project for somebody might be to see which of these example apps in GNOME platform demos are still relevant and rewrite them for the modern day and move them into one of the maintained guides. And another good way to help in general is to help edit all of this material. So keep it updated if you notice something that's changed, and even more importantly, have a look at it with fresh eyes. So having written one of these example apps, I can say from experience that when you author an example or a guide like this, it's really easy to unknowingly suffer from the curse of knowledge, where you've forgotten what is and what isn't obvious to a newcomer. And so that's where the fresh pair of eyes comes in. Helping with this is something that newcomers pretty much uniquely can do, and you can learn a lot in the process. Oops, okay, next slide. So there's also some resources that exist in other languages but not in JavaScript. Notably, GNOME Platform Getting Started is kind of our flagship tutorial now, but it's got code in C and Python. We need one for JavaScript. So adding JavaScript translation of that tutorial would be a great and impactful project for somebody. And on the same GNOME Platform documentation site, there are more tutorials, and some of them do have JavaScript versions, but not all of them. So if you're looking for something interesting to do, ideally all of these tutorials and code snippets should have GJS versions available. And then there's a bit older resource, How Do I? It's got a banner on top saying, like, don't write new stuff for this, write for GNOME Platform tutorials instead. And I think a lot of the content there has been moved to GNOME Platform tutorials, but not all of it. And How Do I was pretty much all C code. So there, if you are interested in porting that to JavaScript and making a tutorial, there's some porting to do there as well. All right. So next up, how about an impactful coding project? So for actually several years now, we've quested after the holy grail of native async operations, and it's been the topic of 2 outreach internships from Avi and Vina. They worked on it and improved the situation, but we need to get the whole thing over the finish line. So native async operations, I'll show you what this is about in the next slide. And as a code example, I'll use a simple task. We read the contents of one file and write it to another file, both asynchronously. So the code that you see here now on the slide is the old way of doing things. This looks awful. It's not simple at all, even though the operation is pretty simple. So this style of callbacks within callbacks is called the pyramid of doom, because your code extends out all the way to the right in a point. And so this is just 2 operations. So imagine if you needed to chain even more operations. So the way this style works is each operation has an async start function that takes a callback parameter and a finish function that must be called from inside the callback. And so what we want to achieve, well, actually, I'm talking first about what the current situation looks like. So JavaScript has a more idiomatic style for doing asynchronous programming, which is using the await operator. So this is what the current situation looks like. The await operator works with promises, so we can opt into making these 2 methods return promises using this unofficial function underscore promisify. And once you've done that, you can use await with them, and then they'll return promises, so you don't have to pass callback parameters. So this underscore promisify was originally released as a technology preview, but it stuck around. And okay, so now this is what we would like to happen. Is just make this automatic without having to manually opt in for each method that you want to use, so that we could just delete these underscore promisify lines that I've commented out. And so since last year's internship, we are halfway there, because what we need in order to do it automatically is annotations in GObject introspection. Because what underscore promisify basically does is it ties the start and finish functions together, but it relies on you, the programmer, to provide the information about which start function belongs with which finish function. So in order for it to be done automatically, we need to get that information from annotations. So as of last year, we do have a merge request for GObject introspection that adds those annotations, and it can put that information into the GIR files, like I've illustrated here in this this XML example. But before that can be merged, it still needs a C API. And then finally, we'd need to use that C API to implement the automatic promisification in GJS. So this would be a really good medium-sized project for somebody who knows C, and it would be, again, really impactful. There are any number of people who can help plan out what you would need to do or review the code, including me. And there's even a roadmap on the merge request for subsequent work that we worked out at the end of Vina's internship. So check it out. And then, speaking of impactful, I had to mention the big hammer sometime. So I've milked about 4 GUADEC talks out of this big hammer issue, so it's really time to get the fix landed. If you want all the technical details of the big hammer problem, watch my talk at GUADEC 2019, but I'll give a summary here. So the TLDR, we had an issue with the garbage collector in GJS holding on to objects longer than it should have because of the interaction between JavaScript objects and GObjects referencing each other. We have a workaround for this. It's affectionately called the big hammer that runs the garbage collector every 10 seconds, basically, to clean up these objects. However, this is obviously bad for performance, having the garbage collector run all the time. We have had a fix mostly finished for several years, but so the problem is if we merge it, then it's kind of counterintuitive, but GNOME Shell's memory usage will go up again because we are no longer going to be over-collecting garbage. And I've found that users do watch this stuff. So if we do that, people are going to fire up top in their terminals and notice that the memory goes up, and it'll, it has the potential to be a public relations disaster with people publishing all sorts of articles complaining about memory leaks that are not actually memory leaks. So there's only kind of these not well-defined problems left to solve. It's not really clear what success looks like. We just need to figure out a good balance, and we really need some help with that. So the first thing we need is a way to measure and quantify the effect of the fix on GNOME Shell's performance, so that we can sort of decide what's the best balance, taking both CPU time and memory usage into account. It's not just somebody running top in their terminal. So that we can correctly and effectively tune the garbage collector's parameters for a long-lived process like GNOME Shell. So I'm not a GNOME Shell developer. I don't know how to do this. Last year I added some metrics to sysprof for this, but I need help figuring out how to interpret the numbers that we get. And then we also need help with the communication plan so that we can figure out how to set expectations for users who have been awaiting this fix for a long time, and so that people know what to expect. They won't run top in their terminals and then be really disappointed when the number goes up. So can you help quantify what is a good balance, or can you help communicate this to users? Please help. That would be incredibly useful. All right. So that comes to the end of the presentation, and on the note of incredibly useful and impactful things to do, I'd like to end by thanking everyone who helped in any way with GJS in GNOME 42 and 43. So, thanks very much. There is a license for this slide deck. You may reuse bits as is with attribution and not for commercial use. So I believe we have a few minutes for questions. Referring to, is it referring to the mice? They seem to be greatly exaggerated. Yeah, having more than one JavaScript engine in the web ecosystem is kind of too valuable for one of the big three to disappear. So yeah, I think it's not really some Firefox compared to what we have in GNOME, is that they have when performance goes down on anything, and so for them it's really easy to quantify when something regresses performance or when something improves performance. And I'd like to get to a point where we have that as well, but it's yeah, it's not easy. I mean, we do continue to benefit from performance improvements in SpiderMonkey. Excited about. So in my screen right now, running GNOME Shell, I see in the top bar a calendar date, a time of day, and then I have a couple of extensions running. I have a CPU monitor that says something like 10%, and I have a temperature indicator that right now says something like 63 degrees Celsius. So all of these, actually built into JavaScript is facilities for formatting dates, times, and numbers with units like this that they're all locale aware. And I think the way that we do it in GNOME, where we put a format string into the translation file for translators to translate, that's super confusing for translators, and sets a technical bar that translators, like a bar for technical knowledge that translators shouldn't have to have. So I'm really excited about using, so maybe just do what they do. On the one hand, yes. On the other hand, there's so each tab in Firefox has a different JavaScript context, whereas so it's but yeah, there's stuff we can do. One of the blockers is that Firefox, like the view that the Firefox garbage collector has of objects in Firefox is a lot more accurate than what we have in GNOME Shell. Because, for example, you can have say a GDK pixbuff object in GJS that stores like several megabytes of data, but the garbage collector is not going to know about those megabytes of data because they are attached to the object as a pointer in C for GObjects, because GObject doesn't include a hook for asking an object how much memory has it allocated for itself. Ideally, if there ever was a GObject 3, we would want to have that, but that doesn't seem to be on the roadmap anytime soon. So I think what we're probably going to do in GJS is add some heuristics for that, and that auto improve the situation. But that's my short answer to that question. So I think the time is up. So it's time for a break, I guess, and then after that, in this room, they'll be paying technical debt in our accessibility infrastructure. So I hope to see you all there. Thanks very much.
the GNOME project, and over the past 25 years, we have acquired quite a bit of technical debt. So let's see what that's about. Some of you coming from other countries will have noticed that our sidewalks over here are pretty rubbish. This is, the government said one day, okay, let's put some tactile paving to look as if we actually care. And that's how it is right now. So now, if you enable the screen reader in GNOME Shell, you can go to the accessibility icon, to Orca, which is the screen reader we have in GNOME. Orca basically asks the with a label. It's very easy to find the widget with the text inside it. But one thing that you have to keep in mind is that the screen reader does not only work for GTK applications. It is used to perceive the user interface. If you're not a sighted user, we call those assistants, and all these exotic devices talk to all those toolkits well with an indirection layer, which is programmatic interfaces that you have to implement in your toolkit to say, I want my widgets to be perceived by people via a screen reader or something. So ATK lets you say, I'm a text widget, I contain some text, and here's the text for you to read out loud. If you are an image widget, you might want to say, well, the image, if you think of in terms of HTML, you might want to say, well, you cannot describe the image because there is no image recognition, but you can have an alt tag in your, an alt attribute in your image element. So that's what you would expose for the text of that widget. If you have a button, you have to say, this widget has the role of a button, and the role of a widget means what it does. So a button can be pushed, a check button can be pushed and unpushed, a menu can select among different items, and it can be a GTK menu or a menu from GNOME Shell or a menu from a web page. They operate more or less in the same way, but they are implemented completely differently. And ATK lets you say, okay, I'm a menu, these are my items, here's the text in my items. Come on. Oh, one back. Okay. The next layer it talks to is a library called ATK adapter. ATK is just interfaces. It has no code that you can actually run. But that thing has to talk via DBus, our inter-process communications protocol in GNOME, to the rest of the stack. So ATK adapter is just a bunch of glue to let this thing talk via DBus to the screen reader. Why does this thing exist? Well, the accessibility infrastructure in GNOME was first written using the Java interfaces for accessibility in the Java Swing toolkit as a model. So they wrote them using Java Swing accessibility as a model. But back then, way back then, in the early 2000s, we used Corba. DBus did not even exist. A few years later, we replaced Corba with DBus, and the accessibility people had to rewrite all their code pretty much in emergency mode to use DBus instead of Corba. So back then, there was no code generator to implement DBus stuff easily in C without writing all the marshalling code yourself by hand. So all the marshalling code here is still written by hand. It's still the same old code we have had forever. So I'm going to talk about how we will fix that shortly. Come on. Okay. The next layer is, okay, so we can talk through DBus. We go via the DBus daemon. The red lines here indicate a context switch. It takes one context switch to switch from the GNOME Shell process to the DBus daemon and up to the other side in the screen reader or other assistive technologies. libatsp is the other side of the glue. This one talks DBus to DBus daemon, and this one actually keeps a representation of the accessible objects that you had here. So Orca has no idea about the widget hierarchy in GNOME Shell, because GNOME Shell uses its own toolkit, right? So GNOME Shell has a hierarchy which looks like the whole desktop, then the menu bar, then the actual desktop area, which has different windows, and each window might have, you know, a menu bar or a title bar itself, the minimize and maximize buttons, some controls inside, and all of that has to be mirrored through DBoss for the screen reader to perceive. So the very first thing Orca does when a new application comes up is it asks it, tell me your widget hierarchy. So it transfers the whole thing, and libatsp is the thing that keeps the representation. This one actually has a tree of stuff, right? Again, this was written a very long time ago. GObject introspection did not exist. GObject introspection is the technology we have to make it possible for languages like Python or Rust or Ruby or JavaScript to access the GNOME libraries underneath. So this was originally a language binding for Python written by hand to be able to use libatsp. And it's still written by hand, but internally, part of it is handwritten using the old APIs it once had, and part of it is done automatically with code generation from GObject introspection. So this also needs cleaning up. And finally, oh, I'm back. Okay. Finally, we get to the screen reader, right? It's a pretty huge code base. It's 120,000 lines of Python, which is a pretty substantial program. It's still using the old API in PyAtsp instead of using GObject introspection directly to libatsp. Orca is a Python program, and the thing that keeps the representation of the accessible widgets, of the representation of the widgets that live over here, this is written in C, in libatsp. So there needs to be some glue here, and unfortunately, not all of it is using GObject introspection yet, so we also need to fix that. So, why is this thing so awful? It's not really the fault of any individual programmer. What happened is that many unfortunate things happened along the way from the first time that the accessibility code was written until the present day. So, what happened? Come on. Yep. I'm not friends with the clicker. Okay, so GNOME starts in 1996. We use CVS for version control. Bugzilla gets liberated in 1998. Inside Mozilla, Tara Hernandez invents the concept of continuous integration. Right? This did not exist since the beginning of time. This exists since basically 1998. They needed a way in Mozilla to build versions of Netscape Navigator. Firefox did not exist back then. They needed a way to build Netscape Navigator for Windows, 9 versions of Unix, and the old Mac OS, because the new Mac OS 10 did not even exist. So they liberated Tinderbox along with the source code for Mozilla, and we could never get Tinderbox working in GNOME. Everything was really, really primitive back then. In the early 2000s, Sun Microsystems contributes with the accessibility technology for GNOME. And that was great, because Sun had big contracts with big clients like governments, banks, and governments really want to be able to say that they can provide accessible technology to their users. You know, so Sun needed to be able to say, yes, we support accessibility in our desktop Unix system, which ran GNOME. So they implemented this. There's an extremely good talk by Emanuele Bassi from GUADEC 2020 from 2 years ago, which explains the whole history of the accessibility stack in more detail. Anyway, in 2006, we switched from CVS to Subversion for version control. glib, our most fundamental library, does not acquire a testing framework, a unit testing framework, until 2007, right? So we have 10 years of GNOME's history without a way of writing unit tests in C in a consistent fashion. And I was looking, you know, I worked in the evolution calendar way back in the early 2000s, and I was thinking, were we really that irresponsible? Was I really not writing tests for my shit? So I went and looked, and there were tests. Indeed, there were a few tests, not very many of them, but they were written like, you know, compute something using the underlying libraries and print the result to the terminal so that I could see that and check that the result was correct. Somehow we never made the mental leap to make the thing not build if the tests failed. You had to check them by hand. So why didn't we make that leap? Well, there was no automated compilation. We didn't have a tinderbox, right? We switched to Git back in 2008. Oracle acquires Sun in 2010 and 2011. Sun microsystems disappear. They lay off, they fire all the people that were working on accessibility, and that thing becomes frozen in time. GitHub appears in 2008. The first free continuous integration for GitHub projects appears in 2011, but GNOME is not hosted in GitHub. It's self-hosted in git.gnome.org. Jesse Frossell invents usable containers with Docker in 2013, 2015. Rootless containers appear up until 2016. And finally, we switched to GitLab in 2018 after a lot of pain. But once we have GitLab, we have a way to do automated compilation with GitLab's continuous integration. We can display all sorts of nice things for our builds. We can use containers for a reproducible environment. And well, what's the typical state of legacy code in GNOME? You know, in 2015, 2016, I took over the maintainership of LibreSVG, the library we use to render SVG images. It had only very few tests. They didn't really work. It had no continuous integration. It didn't have a reproducible environment for building the project. The same thing happens for the accessibility modules. Our help browser is in the same state, and GNOME session, the thing that starts up your user session, is exactly in the same state. So how do we fix this? We already fixed this in LibreSVG, so how do we do that? GTK is older than GNOME. I couldn't get the tool to plot things before, you know, a little before the year 2000. And the colored bars here are the code that was written in 2001 is pink. The code that was written in 2000 and 2002, 2003 is cyan, etc. So what you can see here is that people write code, and over time, that code diminishes because it gets slowly replaced by code written in the subsequent years. So you can see that it slopes down, right? GTK has always been very well maintained. It has a lot of activity. So you can see new code comes in and displaces the old code. Come on. This is LibreSVG. Started in the early 2000s, so a lot of code gets written this year. And LibreSVG gets unmaintained around here. There's very few changes from here to here until 2016. Then I take over and I start porting it to Rust along with other people. So you can see a very, very interesting pattern here. All the old code disappears over the course of a couple of years because we rewrote it in Rust, bit by bit, but we essentially rewrote the whole thing. And the new code that has come in since that time follows the same pattern as before, just downward sloping lines. Orca, the screen reader, has always been very well maintained by Joan-Marie Dix. She works at Igalia. So you can see that the largest part of the code gets written in the beginning. They clean some things up here, and then it follows the normal pattern, right? But what happens with the accessibility infrastructure? It's a module with this horrible name called ATSP2 Core. Let me spell that out for you. Assistive technology. Oh, shit. What? Okay. This is Assistive Technology Service Provider Interface, version 2, the core of the whole thing. This is very Sun Microsystems, very early 2000s Java nomenclature, acronyms everywhere, right? So that's why it's called that way. So this is the era of GNOME 2. We got accessibility for GNOME 2. So that was, fairly well maintained. Then Sun disappears in 2011. They have to rewrite everything in emergency mode from Corba to DBoss, and then it gets frozen in time because there's no one to maintain this code. So instead of being downward sloping like this, it stays pretty much static. So the first thing, how do we fix this mess? We add continuous integration. I started by copying the continuous integration pipelines from libgweather. And why libgweather? Well, because my friend Emanuele Bassi had recently added it in there, and it was really well written, and it had all the nice toys. It had static analysis for the C code. It runs address sanitizer to catch memory leaks and other memory and safety problems. It generates the documentation, publishes it with a GitLab job, and it produces a code coverage report for the test suite, which is really cool stuff. I will show it in a second. And so the first thing I did was copy this to ASP2 core, and I replaced the Fedora container image with this thing called free desktop CI templates, which is, whoa, what happened? Thank you. Which is fantastic. I will tell you how it works in a second. Hello. So this is what our GitLab pipeline looks like. In the first stage, I'm sorry that the font is very small to see. Can you advance one? Okay. The first stage, each column is a different stage in the pipeline. This is the stage where it builds the container images for compilation. I learned the hard way that the thing about containers and this newfangled world of virtual machines and everything is about creating reproducible environments for building a project. In the beginning of time, when we started GNOME, everyone was responsible for installing the required dependencies on their machine. And I might be running OpenSUSE, someone else might be running Fedora, somebody else might be running Debian. The packages have different names in each of the distros. And it's really, really hard to set things up by hand so that it always works. The thing about containerized environments is that you make them reproducible, so it becomes very easy for everyone else to compile and test your code there. And this thing using free desktop CI templates is really nice because it builds a container image, it uploads it to GitLab without you having to do anything else. And it caches the results so it doesn't have to rebuild the container every time. It's really nice. The next stage is the build stage. It compiles the libraries and runs the test suite, right? That's just like if you typed meson setup, meson compile, meson test. And there's a thing particular to the accessibility core. The accessibility protocol we use is very, very chatty. There's a lot of back and forth between the applications and the screen reader or other assistive technologies all the time. So, and that goes through DBoss. So to keep your session DBoss from getting too much spam from all the accessibility traffic, we launch a separate DBoss daemon, and all the accessibility traffic goes through that one, while the normal session DBoss stuff goes through the session DBoss. So we launch a separate DBoss daemon for the accessibility traffic, and OpenSUSE and others use DBoss daemon, but Fedora and I believe Ubuntu have decided to use DBoss broker, and those get activated differently. So right now we have tests for use for activating the DBoss daemon and the accessibility daemons there, but we don't have tests for Fedora. And I would really like some help from someone who is experienced with using virtual machines in GitLab, because DBoss broker wants to be launched by systemd, and running systemd in a container is complicated, so we might rather use a VM. So I don't know how to do that. Help is appreciated. If you know how to do that, please contact me later. Next stage is the code analysis. Compilers have gotten really, really, really good in the last 10 years. There's static analysis that can catch uninitialized data, some memory leaks, some on safety. They are really, really good. Address sanitizer runs so that we can check for some heap buffer overflows, memory leaks. Remember that all of this code is written in C, so it's really important that we have this infrastructure doing static and dynamic analysis all the time. And we get a code coverage report, which you will see in a second. Hello. Okay. And the last stage is just build the documentation and publish it to the web page. So adding a CI pipeline takes a lot of work from your hands and put it in the robot's hands, which is nice. You start populating the test suite, so the builds, the CI pipeline will tell you when things break, and then you become the CI person forever. So this is not my original idea. This meme, I saw it in Twitter one time, and I forgot to write down the author. So if someone finds it, please tell me so I can give proper credit to that. And sometimes you feel really powerful by adding CI and everything, and sometimes maintaining it feels like you're shining the robot's boots. But yeah, it's a really useful tool. Whoa. We get to code coverage. A code coverage report runs your tests and keeps track of which lines of code got executed in your program or in your library. And it's really useful. So these are the subdirectories inside the accessibility libraries. So there's various sub-libraries there. There's ATK, the one we talked about. There's the DBoss launcher, the ATSP library. The code coverage right now is not very good because there are so very few tests. So we have to add more tests to make the code go through other paths that we have not executed yet. This is code coverage for LibRSVG. It's much better. This one is a lie. This is fully tested, but code coverage is not working there. It doesn't matter for this one, but my goal is to get the accessibility code to be at 90-something% all the time, because that's when you can start refactoring things really easily. This is the code coverage for glib, our most fundamental library. It's reasonably good. Glib is really old. Glib is older than GTK even. So, they have been adding tests and tests and tests to improve the code coverage for a long time. You'll notice that this looks different from this. Both are HTML pages. This one is much newer. You can see the visual style. This one is generated by a tool called grcov. It's by the Mozilla people. This is the tool they use for code coverage in Firefox. And come on. This is generated by a tool called lcov. And lcov is what they use for the Linux kernel. So The thing about those is, once you look at the code coverage for an individual file, this is what it looks like. Your code is on the right, the line number is on the left, and this column here tells you how many times each line of code got executed while running the program or while running the test. So this line got executed once, so we entered the for loop only once. And the red lines did not get executed at all. And the white ones, they're not executable, they're just syntax, you know? So this is useful information. We can know that this whole function got called and all the branches inside here got executed, but this function didn't. We probably need to add a test to test whatever this thing does. So how does that look like? Here's a test for, this is one of the handwritten marshallers, the ones that I told you I want to replace with code generation, with generated code. So if the name of the interface is blah, and if the name of the property is blah, then do this. Otherwise, if the name of the property is this, then do that. If the name of the property is this, da, 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 da. So we have a test for each one of those. Name, name, description, description, parent, parent, child count, right? So this bit gets executed. The code coverage tells us so, no problem. But the error case, that's not tested yet, and you should really test your errors in marshalling code, right? So the next thing I did was to add a test. Does an unknown property, in fact, return the correct error? So we cause it to read a non-existent property, which should throw a dboss exception. And in fact, it does that, and it turns green, and yay, one more test, more code coverage, right? So whenever we get to the point of replacing this with auto-generated code, if the test pass, it means that the auto-generated code is doing effectively the same thing as this one, and we're done. GitLab has this little nugget that is not very obvious in the documentation. When you get a merge request, you see the difference between the old code and the new code. And you can tell GitLab, please show me in the diff itself whether the new code has code coverage or not. So this is the diff, you know? Red and green are the subtracted and added lines. And this little column here tells you the code coverage. So if you are reviewing a merge request from someone, you can say, oh, you forgot to test the error case because this branch is not executed. Or, oh, may please add another test for this little thing. So how do you make GitLab do that? You go to the accessibility core module and you copy this incantation to tell the GitLab pipeline to please do that. You need to basically export an XML file with the coverage information in Cobertura format. Cobertura is another tool, I think it's from the Java world, if I'm not mistaken, to do code coverage. The format is called Cobertura, it's XML, and you can tell grcov to generate Cobertura output with this ugly command. The HTML that grcov generates for this, visually it gets rendered like this. It kind of looks like a table, but it's not a table. It's one of those web pages that is done just with a bunch of diffs, right? And I started learning a bit about how to make web pages built out of diffs accessible, because this really should be navigated like a table. Why? Because if you're using a screen reader, you probably cannot perceive the color coding. You cannot perceive the red and the green, right? For me as a sighted person, it's very easy to say, oh, not covered, covered, right? Because I can see that. But for a blind person, they cannot perceive the color coding, so maybe they want to focus this column and go down, 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 down with the keyboard until the screen reader tells them, for example, here it will tell them 2, not covered, not executed, not covered, not executed. They will want to go down line by line until they hear that something was not executed. So the way to do that is to learn a bit about the ARIA roles. ARIA is the part of the web standards for accessible web pages. So you tell it, oh, this div is for a single row in the output. And this should be, when you give it a role of a row, it means that it's a row inside a table. If you give one of the little chunks the role of a cell, it means that it's like a table cell, so you can navigate it like with the arrow keys, you know? And finally, even though visually this column has no text, it's just color-coded, maybe you wanted to give it a special area label, which is the thing that the screen reader will say. We discovered a bug in GitLab. The pretty badges that you add to your project page, they are not accessible. If you use a screen reader to perceive this page, GitLab says at SP2 core, project ID, blah, 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 and here it just says project batch, project batch, project batch, because there's no accessible labels for them. So yeah, you know, I filed the bug and it's still in triage, so hopefully GitLab will fix it to actually say the contents of the thing. One thing I learned about code coverage, the code coverage tools from the compiler really need your process to exit cleanly. If your process crashes, or if it ends, or if another process kills it with a signal like sigterm or sigkill, the code coverage information will not be written out, because that gets done at termination time with the runtime library of the C compiler. So this was a problem for the accessibility daemons, because their lifetime, or when they terminate, is controlled by the session manager. When you log out, the session manager tells the accessibility daemon, I'm going to log out, please terminate. And the accessibility daemon will say, okay, I'm going to exit. But if you don't have a session manager, like in the test suite, it doesn't terminate, so the container kills it, and you don't get any coverage information. So I learned a bit about Python debug mock, which is freaking awesome. Python debug mock lets you write mock implementations of debug interfaces with Python in very few lines of code, and it's really, really, really cool. The way I did that was by using PyTest. PyTest is one of the standard testing frameworks for Python. And you know how unit tests have, okay, you set up a fixture, which is the thing you want to test, then you run some things on it to change its state, and then you compare its final state to the results you expect, and then you destroy the fixture in the teardown stage. So this is really, really nice to do in Python and in Python debug mock, because you contact the session bus, as usual. You say, oh, please make me an object which happens to implement the session manager interface, and this is just a mock object. It's not a real session manager. And you yield it, like with a Python generator, you say, okay, here's your session manager. So the rest of the tests use this session manager fixture, and they go and instantiate themselves and run the accessibility daemon and everything, run the tests. And when they terminate, Python jumps back here. It tells the mock session to log out. This tells all the daemons and all the clients that the session is about to end, so they terminate cleanly, they write out their code coverage information, and everything is beautiful. So that's a really cool way to do it. Come on. This is what the C code in the ATSP core looks like. It's very unreadable, right? But if you look at it a bit more closely, this whole part is just marshalling stuff. It's just getting the arguments to a method from dbus. This part is the actual program logic, like just, you know, store the argument somewhere and do something to them. And this is, the next part is, come on. Just make up the return value for dbus. So the yellow thing is just glue. This will disappear with code generation, and we will just have to preserve this. Right? So what I'm starting to do is to move the logic into a separate function, to move the marshaller into this own function, and to move the reply stuff into its own function. And then, yeah, so that makes refactoring a lot easier in the long run. So what have we learned over the past 10 or 20 years of making this thing? We really need reproducible environments for everything. Those are the container images we use for the GitLab CI. Not all of GNOME's sub-projects have them. Help is really appreciated to add them in. Code coverage lets you do some really cool tricks to fix up your tests and such, or to explore the code. One thing I'm doing in the accessibility stuff is to run the screen reader and see which code got executed with the code coverage tool. Let the robots do the work, you know, build the thing, run the test suite, make the code coverage report, build the documentation, polish the documentation. That's stuff that we used to do by hand before, but you know, it's really boring. So let's write a script to do it. This is a really good article that I wish everyone would read. It describes a model for how to do CI really, really effectively. We have a tool in gitlab.com.org called MarshBot. It implements the thing described here. It's what they use in the Rust project too, and it's fantastic. It basically keeps your build always green. It keeps your tests always working. Otherwise, things cannot get merged. We can fix things. We can make things better. We have a lot of old code. GNOME is 25 years old. But we can definitely make things better if we learn how to use a few new tools. And they're really cool. So maybe we have a little time for questions.
It's kind of break. Yeah, people maybe a group photo. I don't know exactly where the folders will have this talk. We're on the break now, but people want to have a group or anything. We probably have time for like 1 or 2 before we get out of the group photo.
No questions in the chat? The question is, do I know how many people rely on these assistive technologies to use their machines? I have no idea. Either it's not very many, or the ones that do, they could potentially be a lot. But people who really need accessibility these days, they use Windows. macOS used to have really good accessibility. iOS has very good accessibility, but you know, for people on laptops, macOS has been going downhill in terms of accessibility, and Windows is really good these days. So blind people, for instance, they tend to use Windows because they have really good screen readers and really good system APIs for accessibility. I don't know what happened in the Linux world. Like maybe you cannot ask volunteers to really do anything. You can only depend on what they want to do. And it is companies who are responsible for paying people to work on the accessibility stack. And if their contracts to big clients, because they all have big clients, if their customer is just looking for a checkbox in the list of features that says supports accessibility, check, okay, no further work needs to be done, right? It's just, you know, marginalization as usual. You know, if people who need accessibility in government offices, for example, maybe the IT people don't pay much attention to them because they are the ones that need all the special casing. That's terrible, because then they are not able to communicate their needs to the people who make the decisions about what software to buy or with whom to contract for software contracts. So if the companies never learn about the needs of the final users, they will never put people to work on that. So it's really hard to say. I don't know. If you look in the underbelly of Twitter and Mastodon, there's a lot of people who require accessibility. Marginalized people tend to flock to those social networks, and they are there. And they say, we need accessibility on Linux, please implement it. Yo. Another question over here.
Yeah, okay.
So what's your motivation behind doing this the accessibility toolkit. I mean, do you have any future plans like you did with Deliver RPG, where you write from Rust, or is there any feature or motivation behind other than just starting thing up?
Yeah, what's the motivation? It was very heartwarming for me to, in the process of porting LibreSVG to Rust, new contributors appeared. You know, young people, new people coming into the project and staying there. I have had 2 summer of code interns working on LibreSVG on the Rust part, and that didn't happen before. You know, when it was all in C, it seems that kids these days don't come in knowing C by default, and that's fine because things have changed. But we have to uplift the old infrastructure to modern standards. So this is not, the accessibility code is not yet at the point where we can easily port it to Rust. That's my intention, not just for the porting sake, but with the intention of bringing in new people to work on it and pay attention to it. The only thing I mentioned about accessibility itself in this talk was the area labels for the HTML, you know? I'm not yet at the point of knowing the thing so well that I can go and fix accessibility in GNOME and fix things in GTK here and there. That's the next step. Red Hat just hired a blind programmer to work on accessibility for users, so my hope is that they will start working on some of these issues while we work on the lower, on the basement, you know, where the machinery goes. So yeah, just you know, modernize things, clean them up, bring in new people.
Okay. In that case, thank you very much, Federico, for your great talk. And I think it's break time.
Thank you.
So.
we're talking about how can be a graphic designer for engagement team. Okay. So I guess everybody's listening to me very well. So I will start with this. Right now I'm in Chile. Right now I couldn't get to Mexico. It's a very, and obviously a great city.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
Okay, I guess we got a problem. So I'm ready right now to start how to be a graphic designer for Genome engagement team. As I said before, from Genome, Chile. I've been there. I will talking about my experience as a graphic designer for Genome engagement team. I'm started about 2005 and started collaborating with Genome Art. It's art.genome.org, creating wallpapers and Genome display managers. When I started to create some designs, it's really interesting to get a contact with someone who really understand all the process. Today, I'm going to talk about the different way to talking about what kind of software we can use, the protocol to use the software with Genome, and obviously how can we get all the art involved with Genome engagement team. So we got we got to talk about 3 steps, okay? So this is talk. The 2005, we held the first seminar for migration in Linux in Calama, Chile, where it came from. So we start Calix, Calama Linux is a little group for starting with 3 guys talking about Linux and all that. So really motivated about that. In 2007, I met the Genome Chile team into the Encuentro Linux. Not talking about what am I doing? I'm doing some art, create some stuff. So I started to create a relationship with all Genome Chile team, and I started to collaborate with Genome Art. So I'm going to talk about the process too, because when we start with Art Genome, it was by mail, writing by mail, talking with IRC, chat with people, and then we start to talking, get involved more to the community. I won the wallpaper contest. I designed in this case, a big graphic poster for global talks I'm going to show you later. And then I won the Vulture Free Culture Showcase. And then I started to create the Genome in 2010. I was to create and to design the Genome Annual Report. It's really interesting talking with the people, the community, and understanding how it's going to work about it. I'm going to talk about the software that I created too. In 2016, I created some logo from GPS Amy. So it's right now from GPS devices, really interesting. I'm going to show you later too. I submit my wallpaper for Debian release Bull Eyes. I'm going to talk about how can we create from Inkscape from 2D and import it to 3D with Blender. So I'm going to talk about that too. And I create for graphic design for video for Genome Latam. And right now I'm creating for Genome T-shirt for Genome Store. I created that before for Genome marketing. So right now I'm working with Caroline and I started to relationship. How can I collaborate with Genome? And I'm going to start to create the Genome T-shirts. So, and right now I'm working too as a graphic designer for Handybox. It's an accessibility tool. So I'm going to talk about that. How can we help in that? So what is about all these years? All these years is talking about what can I do? What can understand? What can we learning? Because we're talking about here to learning. It's not everything, I understand design, everything is cool. No, we're talking about a new structure. We're not talking about Photoshop, proprietary software. We're talking about open source software. And obviously, it's really interesting. We need to talk with the people. What can we do? We need to understand what can I do as a graphic designer for. I'm not talking about I'm talking about open source software desktop. Because they are very, very a great possibility to be a graphic designer and understand all the process. So this is obviously this presentation is going to be alone in wiki.genome/Daniel Gallegillos. That is my name. So I'm going to talk about right now the evolution of desktop design. We're talking from version 1 in 1999 and from this release version 42 this year. So this is a really interesting way how design can be really interested in this. If we keep talking in the first image, we're talking about GIMP. You may say GNU Image Manipulation Program, and understand all the evolution about the software and evolution the developers too. So I'm not talking about all the designs. We're talking about what can we talk with developers too. It's really interesting to handle what can I do, So this is the evolution. I really feel really glad for all the time being here in Genome with the Genome team, with the Genome community. It's a long way, and obviously I will teach to the people how can we get involved. Never stop thinking about what can we do great things about what we like. When we was in the first Linux meeting, everybody was talking about be a hackers, a developers, but it was not for me. Because for me, it's talking about design, it's talking about art, it's talking about photography and all that. So it was really interesting for me to understand that process before I start to collaborate with this. Then, what can we do as a graphic designer for Genome? First, start to wait. Graphic designer, we can create wallpaper, flag and dance, display managers, show dance, GTK3 and 4 dance, OS mockup, sticker and marketing, and video design. I would like to talk about what can we do with marketing right now. Right now, we have tools. We have obviously the community very powerful. We'd love to create something really interesting in that. We have the rules about that. How can we obviously use the software, open source software community, follow the rules, and then obviously talking about with our leader in this case for Genome engagement team is Caroline. So it's really interesting. Obviously, you can find all the information in gitlab.genome.org/teams/engagement. So you can find all What can we do? All the work there too, because we not find on the final result. We upload the file Blender, Inkscape, GIMP, and everything. So this is not only the information basic, it's complete the information. So I will talk about the license too. What kind I can use. Okay, so what software can I use for genome engagement team? I'm going to talking about the three principal software that I can use. There are many kind of software, obviously, but I will talk about Inkscape, Blender, and GIMP. We can find Carita, we can find another kind of software, many kind of software, open source software, and understand that there is an evolution from developers, from the team. You know, it's not only one people, it's not only one guy trying to develop all that, it's a team. So we must to understand, we must to respect about that, the designs. And obviously, when we're talking about the developers, obviously we get the information. For example, I was talking about with Martin Owens, and Inkscape developers, and talking me about what is going to be new into Inkscape. So for me, Inkscape is a really powerful tool, and I'm going to show you and explain what I'm going to do. We have to develop apps from APPAs, genome.org. We have APP icon preview, symbolics preview, contracts, and icon library. So we're going to talk about this. How can we use this tool too? You know, so all this tool is open source software. So it's not talking about the proprietary software. It's talking about what the open source software give us to make something really interesting, you know. And when talking about marketing, right now, Linux is really powerful into marketing. You know, it's all the people is talking about Linux. You know, so we have to feel really. I feel really proud about it, to be really part of the great community. But it's not the end. I'm going to start. I'm learning. I'm never going to stop to learn something really interesting, because the software development is going to increase. It's going to get the new stuff. It's going to be an opportunity to understand all the kind of software. Okay, so we're going to talking about first for Inkscape that 1.2. You know, Inkscape is a free and open source vector graphic editor. You know, we can go to handle with SVG, scalable vector graphics. What we got in this new release, in the new features for Inkscape 1.2. Okay, we got a multiple page document. It's really interesting because when I start to creating the genome annual reports, it was an add-ons to apply multiple page. So right now is adding in this last version. You know, it's color palette refractory too. It's really awesome. It's new snapping guides, difference, gradient panel, reimages. There are plenty more features to explore. So it's really interesting when I'm talking about Inkscape. It's not talking about, oh, I would like to get money to download. No, go to this page, to Inkscape, and download. I will recommend always download the software for protocol software. Understand what are we going to download, you know. In my case, I got all the version for Inkscape for Blender from alpha. So it's really understand what I'm going to download, what I'm going to use. And obviously, what I'm going to teach to the people. This is the new stuff I can understand, can teach to the people, can talk about how to use the software. The first thing is about SVG. What is an SVG? And scalable vector graphics. In this case, we got the same graphics. The first one is the PNG, and the second is SVG. So we got the difference because we can extend for a very big, for a small, and a very big poster. So in this case, it's an icon from GPS Amy. So I understand all the process, and we can see we can extend this image in a totally large and not going to pixelize. You know, and the first one is a PNG, and image is totally pixelated. So we're talking about the possibility that we can create. It's going to talk art. When we're talking about Inkscape, at the same way we're talking about Blender, it's not talking about the design. Obviously, it's really important things, but we're talking about texture. We're talking about lighting. We're talking about render source. So it's understand. And this is really interesting because we're never, in my case, I'm never going to, I'm going to learn something really new, forget about it. No, at the same way, it's really interesting to learn and to talk to the people, how we can handle. For example, we got used by Genoma Global Community Conference, this poster. And obviously, it's not only a small image, it's a very big image. And obviously, we can use it for GUADEC 2012 in Coruña, in Galicia. So understand what can we do with art. It's not only the small things, it's for marketing, it's for all the people can understand what does that mean. So talking about design is not talking about I read the tutorial. No, it's feeling something really interesting about the community, and obviously it's putting all your heart, all your love, and do this, because this is not for you. This is for a real community. And right now I'm talking that because I want to be more people get involved into graphic designers in Genome. So it's really interesting what can we do. It's a really powerful image. It's not only in Coruña, it's everywhere we can show this image, this big poster about that. And obviously it's great common licenses. So we're talking about the licenses too. Okay. So we got an XML editor too. So if we got an image, we can obviously handle too with a terminal. It's not only about the graphics, it's talking about the code. We're talking about source in this case, XML too. So when we are talking about how can we handle, how can we get free licenses about that, we need to understand that it's not only a graphic design, it's only a source too, with Blender too. So I will show you that. So it's really interesting. Why can we handle that? This is the last version of Inkscape. It's a powerful, so I really recommend for the people. Okay, we got lives at SVG. What does that mean? It's a render to SVG image to guide the surface. So we can understand, we can handle, in this case for APPS, we can handle all the image. It's not PNG, is SVG. So the handle to use Genome, I mean not only Genome, I mean the open source software desktop can handle the SVG. I mean, I'm talking about open source software because right now Mac and Windows can handle too. But right now, with developers create this library. It's really interesting to talking about that with the community, with the source. So I'm really powerful to use this to understand that, and obviously to show you this, to show you can we handle that, I saw that before. Martin Owens, I Inkscape developers. I got all the community that in YouTube. This is patreon.com, Doctormo too. So we can obviously apply the support for Inkscape developers. Oh, we have the community before the release Inkscape is going to out. So the same way with Genome people, in this case, for me, Inkscape and Blender is going to be, for me, in my case, personal and a very powerful tools, And this is really interesting because we need to learn something really new. And obviously apply, I'm going to talk about what I'm doing right now with, as a graphic designer. But really interesting maybe if I'm going to be a developer, always I'm going to keep contact with developer people, so it's really interesting to get to contact in this case with Martin Owens, that is Inkscape developers. So I'm going to talk about right now Blender. Blender for me is a powerful right now tool. It's open source 3D computer graphics software used by creating animated films, visual effects art, 3D printed models, motion graphics, interactive 3D application, virtual reality, and computer games. So understand that for the change of the U in the version that to 8 from right now, it's completely different right now, the version from Blender. In a really interesting because right now it's very clean. It's understand all the process again. And what I'm going to do? What I'm going to do it's what I'm going to create with Blender. This is what other thing that I'm going to do or create in 3D modeling. UV and wrapping, texture and raster graphic editing, rigging and skinning. For example, if we're going to create a body, we need to create all the muscle, all the arms, all the legs, walking, jumping. I don't know. It's talking about understand all the process. I'm not talking about another kind of different kind of software. I'm talking about Blender. Fluid and smoke simulation is going to be better right now. Particle simulation, soft body simulation, sculpting, animated, match moving, rendering, motion graphics, video editing, and composting. So if we are talking about Blender, we can create a splash screen. This splash screen is for instance, Oksana Dobroskla. So we can create for Blender, for Inkscape, and for GIMP, for Carita, for many kind of software, we can create a splash screen. And obviously, this is the real good work. And we know to understand that it really kind of slides, texturing, and everything is going to be good. And everything is going to be a professional way. Right now, Blender is creating a professional movies, it's creating a Blender conference, and then it's really interesting how can we get involved in this. I get many people who are really get involved into Blender, so I try to learn everything about that. What am I going to do right now with Blender? Okay, right now with Blender, Inkscape is a free crop. I tell you SVG. I'm going to use the SVG to import into Blender, and they create a base, create lights, texture, and then I'm going to create as a graphic design. For example, okay, I got this. This image is from Debian, a wallpaper created from Inkscape to Blender. Okay, to understand that. So we create that, all the process with Inkscape into D, and then there is an export. We can create an export at SVG from Blender. So it's really easy, but the easy way is stopped when we need to start to talk about creating some lights, creating some texture, creating some background, creating some, in this case, some render properties, what I'm going to use. We got even, we got cycles. So we need to understand the difference about that, But when we get ready and start the render, we get it. We got in this case, the wallpaper proposal for Inkscape to Blender to Debian. So it's in my personal opinion, it's not difficult. It's really easy to understand, and we must study all the time. It's something that I'm not going to stop saying that. We must study, and I really like to study a lot. So for me, it's really interesting studying and applying, studying and applying, studying and applying. Watch some tutorial. For example, I watched Jacob Steiner. I watched the tutorial for Daniel about the streaming, and I watched Jacob Steiner from Twitch Camp. That is really interesting. Developers wallpapers with geometry nodes. This is the wallpaper from Jacob Steiner working with Inkscape and Blender. So it's a real powerful tool that we need to obviously apply that. What does that mean? For example, if you want to create something really interesting in the sketch shade editor node, I'm not going to design anything. I'm going to apply only this. Only this. So it's really interesting because 1 year ago, I didn't know anything about that. So really interesting for me is learning and applying. What am I going to do with this? I'm going to create, for this case, create a wallpaper. What does that mean, creating a wallpaper with, in this case, with shader nodes? We can create everything. We can change everything. Only change one, in this case, one number. It's going to change everything. The colors, it's going to change the textures, it's going to change everything. So about this is obviously is motivating for me watching some hacker like Jack Steiner, watching creating something like that, and says, hey, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to teach to the people. What can we do? It's something that we need to get our heart in this, understand that. In this case, I'm running the version, the 3.3.0, the alpha version from Blender. So it's really interesting talking about that. It's not talking about what we got. It's talking about the future in the open source software. It's really interesting, and I want to thanks to all the people who created that. I'm talking about GIMP. At the same way, GIMP is a image manipulation program. A lot of people to understand with Photoshop, so it's really powerful tool too. Is for many years ago, understand that. We can handle too with SVG2. So if we can understand that SVG is applied with, in this case, created with Inkscape, applied this case with Blender, and applied with GIMP. So understand the kind of software, the powerful, understand the community. Hey, what about SVG? So for me, it's understand the process and obviously upload all the information. It's really interesting, this kind of tool. We need to understand that. I mean, maybe we can understand the 50%, the 60%, maybe not 100%, but the way can we handle the software and understand it, it's really cool. It's really understand it. If we're going to create some t-shirts too, it's understanding the way, how are we going to create, The GIMP files handings, okay, we got all the kinds of image, PNP, GIF, GPH, MNG, PSX, PDF, PNG, PS, PDX, SVG, TIFF, XPM. So it's understanding that it is creating some really good stuff, but the idea it's really have what I'm going to do. Maybe I'm a really good designer, I really understand all the process, but what I'm going to do. So I'm going to talk about with an engagement team and leader. We got development apps. As I said before, we got an app and icon preview. I'm going to show you later. A assembly preview, a color palette too. I'm going to talk about that, and icon library and typography. So we can find all that in apps.org. It's really interesting. Get to download. I'm going to talking about color palette. What does that mean? And we go to developer.org. In this case, guidelines, HTML. We're going to find about everything that we can create, UX designs. For example, if we're going to create some icons, some icons or some mockup, we need to understand what is the process to create that. So there's a really interesting website that we can obviously get a lot of help about that. And the way how can we create something really interesting way is, for me, it's really interesting for this case, some guidelines to create some app icons. Everything is there, understand it, the metaphors, the sketches, the start for a template, the ink tips, the icon style, the perspective, the material lighting, the icon grid, the standard shapes, the draw, the preview, the repeat, symbolics, and then an export. So it's we can find obviously in developer.org. We can understand all that. So the first thing that I talked, it was the software. Right now is the guideline. What can I do? Okay, so that's really interesting. Where can I find? For example, right now I got my Inkscape, obviously, and I would like to modify where I can find some icons. Okay, we can find in this case is use share icons. You can find any kind of folder, and then we can find a folder called scalable. What does that mean, scalable? It means that is SVG, scalable vector graphics. So we can go there. We can obviously, I don't recommend use the software in the same folder. So in my personal opinion, I recommend you to copy and paste, and then you can use it. Okay, for any problem that you got. So it's really easy to understand for the people creating that. And the talk before, Daniel is motivated to the people to create something really interesting. So I'm really motivated right now to create my streaming, with art, with the design. And that's it. And why not? Why not talk to the people? This is what I'm doing. This is the tool. This is the problem. This is how can I fix. And obviously, if I fix something, I'm going to publish it. It's not only for me. I'm going to keep it in secret. No, it's publishing. Many people could be have the same problem. Okay, I'm going to talk about the mockup. I would like to thanks to Tobias Bernard to creating this is really creating very good drawing mockups. What is a mockup? After you design the basics structure of your app, maybe you're creating a sketch on paper. We need to create that in a really perfect way, but as a symbolic way. For example, I can use a prerequisites Inkscape, but I would like to talk about more that. I would like to talk about, in this case, with Blender. In this case, Tobias Bernard created a complete mockup about genome with Blender and animated and all that. So this is really interesting working with Blender. We can animate it, we can create everything. So creating a mockup is really interesting. I created a mockup for, in this case, for Handybox. And we got the color palettes. What does that mean? Right now, if we're going to create some icons, we're going to create some art. We need to really interesting use color palette with this kind of color. For example, if we're going to use Inkscape, the last version of Inkscape, we can use the high colors, and we can have in this case from for Tango the stock project. So in this case, I'm using high colors. We got Tango icons too, but in this case, I'm going to use this palette. And obviously, we got all the colors. So it's not the way, it's hard way, what color can I use? I really like this color. No, we have a protocols, and we need to respect that. And we talk a little fast because there is a lot of things that I would like to talk about it. Okay, then we got the license. This is really interesting when we're talking about licenses, because if we are talking about with open source software, it's not talking about graphics. It's talking about video, photo, and audio, and everything about that. We know we can create a GPLs, general public license, and create communes. What does that mean? Does that mean we can get involved? For example, if we can create something graphic, we need some source, some code. As Blender, in this case, Inkscape got license to XML, and obviously you can create something really interesting with Python, with Blender. So it's really interesting to know that. We got a lot of license, create commons licenses, copyright licenses. I would like to use one with this. We need to use to create communes that are licenses and read. What does that mean about it? It's really interesting learning, understand, and talk to the people. Maybe I get in a wrong way. Maybe other people say, no, that's wrong. This is a very good way. Oh, thank you very much. We need, as a graphic designer, sometimes a lot of people is going to say, hey, what are you doing this? Oh, what is that? Oh, it's not going to work. Okay, we must really feel about what are we doing. If we really done something that they really like it, we must be really in that, in this our feeling, and create something that I really like. And obviously, if we got to get better in our better things, obviously we have to do it. We have to learn about that. So we must be talking right now with maybe a lot of years ago, talking with Hager was, what are you doing? This is not good. It's a kind of way right now for many years, right here and right now, and talking about to the people. This sometimes could be not easy, but the very interesting way is to learn what can we do, what can we create for, in this case, for a community. Okay, now we're talking about what I'm doing with engagement team. We have coding, back squads, translation, accessibility. We got engagement team. Okay, what am I doing with right now? We have to promote the genome by helping our community with user developers, contributor partners, and everyone else who might be interested in the project. What are we doing here? We got new posts on genome.org, social media, annual reports. In this case, annual report planning, GUADEC, release marketing, press releases, genome website, friend of genome, merchandise, design for t-shirts, sticker, posters, and everything, and conference and events. So this is all the things that we can get involved into genome engagement team. It's really interesting, But we have some for this year, for the last year and for this year, we have 5 priorities that give our public face and fresh look. And we see what is going on here in these 2 years. It changes a lot of things. I was watching the Asia, the videos from marketing is really interesting. It's a really powerful idea to get involved more people right here. So it's really interesting about improved onboarding process, be the voice of the community. About talking about marketing and all that, finding a sustainable way to support the community, ensure to have a cohesive community with close bonds. Okay, we got a GitLab that org teams engagement / general, and obviously we got how can I get involved? Okay, what does that mean? Okay, we got 5 ways to get involved here into GitLab. Okay, events. Okay, we're talking about all the graphics to create some GUADEC and Genome Asia. Even a sponsor request. We got social media and news, engagement assets in general. So it's really interesting. Go to the website and read and understand what I'm going to do. Okay, we have 4 main areas or focus, and then we have some leaders right now. So we got social media team. Our coordinator is Caroline. In events and conference, the coordinator is Christy. At the same ways, and the coordinator is onboarding is Esri, and the graphic design coordinator is Caroline. So if we're going to go to the website, we need to talk to these people what I'm going to do, what they want to create something really interesting with that. So we have the meetings in event.genome.org all the month, so we can go there and understand the cancel process. I was starting to last year for Latam videos. We created a Latam, and we're talking about Caroline and all the process approving. So it's really interesting to handle that. And that's it. Maybe we are creating some video and everything is going to be okay. It's good. Maybe the render is going to take 12, 15 hours and go, I don't know, maybe going to depend on your hardware. But what is it? Maybe the music in this way is not right music. Obviously, we need to understand what music is not going to be a music with copyright. We need to understand all that. All the images is going to be open source the music too. So, Caroline say, okay, Daniel, this is the intro video, very good, but I don't like the intro music. So please, could you like to change that? And obviously all the way is a protocol for GitLab. And I say, okay, sure, there is no problem. What kind of music do you like? And Caroline say, this is a from video from Genome video. So I would like to show you the same music. Okay, thank you very much. I found the same music and that's it. And talk to the Caroline say, okay, Daniel, this is very good. Let's make, in this case, on Genome Latam, in this case from Genome Twitter. So this is the way. This is the way. Maybe rendering. There was a mistake by myself. I not talking with Caroline. Caroline was with vacations, so I created about 2 videos and then say, no, the music is not good. So it's come back and talk to relative what I'm going to do. This is understanding that. So we got some leaders, and we need to create something really interesting for accord to the community. Okay, very short in this time. So what I've been doing in this time as a Handybox graphic designer, what is Handybox? Handybox is an accessibility tool that will allow human-computer interaction with people who have some degrees of motor disability. What does that mean? Maybe I can talk a lot of that, but the principal idea I can handle with Handybox icons. This is a handleable icons, and I will show you what does that mean, handleable icon. This is handleable icons, okay? Many people can use the hands, maybe because we're getting older, we got an incident, an accident, so we can use the hands, so we can Handybox interact with the webcam, and you can move all the mouse with your hands. So it's really interesting. It's powerful right now, using by Teleton. It's for people who have disability in Chile. So it's right now it's using by this is created by 2 hackers, Alejandro Valdez and Fabio Duran. So from Chile. So I'm really proud to be part of graphic designer. So the better this way, I will talking about that. This is the mockup too. This is the mockup and an example how in this case Handybox is going to work. So it's really interesting. What is that? what else? Okay, right now, okay, I'm creating a video for marketing too, and right now I'm creating some genome t-shirt arts. This is a proposal for Caroline too, and this is obviously all the t-shirts that I'm creating right now. Obviously, there is not only the designs. I would like to create more designs too, with blenders, applying all the tools. So I would like to thanks for the people for the 25th anniversary of Genome. I know there are many people who are not in here. Maybe they're passed away, maybe people are getting another kind of living, I don't know. But I would like to thanks for all the people who getting motivated in these years to be here, to get involved in this great community. So I will obviously to be there in Mexico, but obviously next GUADEC I'm going to be there. So I'll get things done with easy comfort and control. So I would like to thank for all the people. This is you can find me in this mail and this website. So I would like to upload all this presentation to my wiki, wiki.genome.org/Daniel Galleguillos. And obviously I will thanks to all the people I know are really in the time. So I would like to thanks for all the people to hear me that how to be a graphic designer for Genome engagement team. So, okay, there is a question. I know this isn't probably the best place for this question, but how can all be pages in Inkscape exported in a single PDF? Okay, right now with Inkscape, we got this option. We got this option to create all that pages. Right now with multiple page, we can obviously create a render with all the Inkscape single PDF. So right now with the last version of Inkscape is everything fixed about that. So that's it. So I'm ready for the time. So I would like to thanks for all the people. If you have any questions, that's it. So thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigado. And that's it. Okay. Okay. Well, that's it. Okay. So thank you very much. And I hope to see you again. Okay. And let's have fun. Obviously. That's it. Okay. Thank you.